Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Cybernakis. We're back in our MegaCity 19 run, making our way to the city center. The road needs 156 tons of gravel left, after which we can start placing the delivery location for the workers and the fire station. And once those are set up and we can reliably bring workers to the area, we can set up the well, we can already plan out the delivery location for the construction materials, but we'll only build those up afterwards. But we can already send the delivery, like the construction materials, to the construction sites, I guess. Hello Tumai. Hello Neo Contra. Hello Mega Monkey. Welcome. We're still quasi-testing pollution things, having our population subjected to a ton of pollution right now. Seems to be holding okay. We dropped 250 citizens. I did get them to go over the research point limit, so we had one for researching Soviet functionalism. And now we're doing the steel mill, which we can then use to plan out the initial settlement of people working in the steel mill and causing tons and tons of pollution. Steel mill will probably go center of this territory. We're gonna try and run it with a steel mill in the center. At some point it might move, like if it is really too much. But when we tested it, that seemed to be a slow decline when everything was red pollution, but maybe I didn't test it enough. We'll have to try it. Are there any resources in the middle of the map? Iron, coal? I would assume not. I have no idea. No oil. No coal. No iron. It's on the outsides, I guess. Nope. Nothing. We'll need a way for trains to get repaired in the megacity. Only the skulls of our enemies. Perfect. Yeah. A lot of people dying in here. Need fresh citizens. With no criminality, ideally. But we do have access to the large orphanage now. So that's gonna be handy. It'll fit right into the city design. Because we'll have to keep our population growth going. I don't know how many of these we will need, but I'll build those to deal with the pollution, basically. A lot of workers to keep the orphanages running, which will hopefully keep population growth going. We shall see. Probably need more trains to run the population to the construction site more reliably. We'll keep loading and unloading workers here, so there's always going to be like a supply of workers in this area. I'll have to maintain this building. I mean, I did say I wanted to test it, I guess, to see if they could bring construction workers to the area to maintain it. We'll have to see. I don't think they can do it, because otherwise we would have done it during the initial construction. So it's going to be a supply of workers. 1 large for every 3 to 5,000 pop is plenty. You don't know how much pollution we're going to have. If we're running the steel mill directly in the city center, maybe we will need more. We will see. I am planning to make this a hellhole for the people, pollution-wise. It's not going to be fun to live here. I want to have an era-appropriate city. Oh, you have little faith. Watch me. Yeah. So we can have another turn here if we want. We can have people from this city going to the customs house too. All is possible. Coughing equals coffin. Yep. If it gets too bad, we can still get vitamins, but we have to get to the 5,000 citizens first, or 1910 is the next time we can get a research point, so we better get to it. 5,000 citizens in a new city. Not 5,000 citizens total. That's I guess one of the changes I have established. Once we start building up our megacity, population in the auxiliary settlement doesn't count anymore. It's only one or the other. And the auxiliary settlement is not going to get to 5,000 citizens for sure. Come on, people, move into this building. High loyalty, secret police, then party HQ and school. I want my secret police running. The secret police, the police, and the hospital, maybe the fire station, all have to be integrated directly in the residential areas, so we minimize the travel time for workers. I think that's how we might be able, and the orphanage. That's how we might optimize these buildings a little bit better. The secret police seems to be struggling. So we're not going to have that much loyalty gain anymore, I don't think. It's still there, but They're making disloyal people work in the prison every now and then it's like negative loyalty gain, and it's annoying. But on average, I guess it still goes up whenever the secret police shows up. So maybe it's not too bad. I still have to segment the city center somehow. Section it off. Maybe once winter is gone. We have some roads. Well, I mean, we're starting with like the steel mill, obviously, and then we'll build like a housing district, like maybe a fifth or a quarter of the slice. Could be one area. Or maybe we'll do it smaller than that. It's how large are we talking anyway? A kilometer. Maybe a little bit smaller. We'll see. Hello, Grayling. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. Maybe we can have inner city cableway cars, I don't know. For transporting people. That would be a weird thing. Could see that happen. Yeah, these houses are depopulating quickly. They're not happy. Below 50 is not so good. I really wonder if the vitamins could solve that. Or if it's too much. Or pollution filters. Well, pollution filters are gonna be maybe good for this area, but then not so good if we increase the pollution even more. I might need a pollution monitoring station so I can make more informed decisions. Because this yellow is not that helpful, I guess. It's just, okay, there's pollution in the area. It doesn't turn red or anything. Paying back the loan. So later on, we won't be picking up people from here to send them back to the city. They'll always make their way over to the fire station and then the megacity. I'll probably build the initial train tracks with the steel mill in mind, and maybe a passenger platform and a coaling station would make sense, because we'll have to set up like a steel mill with 450-meter long trains parking inside the city. So the inner area might be a compound for the steel mill, partially. I mean, we didn't drop back down below 2000, which is good. It's February. Definitely need more workers inside the hospital. Alright. This should catch up again. I don't think it's too stressed. Prison is looking fine too. Okay. Lifespan and health is starting to go up. I mean, lifespan might go up because people are dying, and then... No, lifespan shouldn't change because of that. Well, it's the average lifespan. No, it could change if... Oh, wait. No, if average lifespan changes, that's a good thing. It's never because old people die, because it's always based on pollution. Or other circumstances. Someone young has the same statistical lifespan as someone old living in the same area of pollution and with the health care. So that shouldn't make a difference. These houses held well during winter. Not too much population loss back here, but these are... They might have to be condemned at some point. I mean, they prevent us from having 21-year-olds without their own flat, right? That's what they're doing. It's perfect. It might be a little bit large for that purpose. Okay, send people with 25 to 50% loyalty in here. I just want the secret police to be filled. If we have a couple people with too low loyalty, below 35%, that's fine. Once the buildings are filled, then we can increase the requirement, I guess. I would like to not have to build another secret police here to make this work normally again. It should be able to manage everything, if we can make sure it has enough workers, I guess. YouTube doing fun things and just resetting my song to somewhere different, I guess. Sure. I don't think so. To 33%. All of these cases should be solved. We had 7 cases go like bad, but I'm sure the courthouse can start solving things again fairly soon. There's too many random people with unknown loyalty walking in here, ruining my loyalty plans. Can we require higher loyalty from our party officials now to maybe try boosting people's loyalty inside the university? Do we have sufficient workers of that caliber? Sure, unknown loyalty, I guess. Makes sense. $72. Secret police is not happy. I think we might have too few vehicles. I think it's working okay. That should also bring up loyalty. Still educate enough highly educated people. 110 tons of gravel. Okay. Railroad comes in, goes across the road. Passenger delivery line, short section of track. Resources go around a little bit further so they don't block the road, which shouldn't really matter too much, but always a good thing to pay attention to. This is all temporary. But we don't know for how long. I mean, everything's temporary. It's always the case. So passenger trains can come in and then unload the workers here. We'll have a free bus platform, but people can load and unload from the train platform, I think. The workers that they want. I don't think I'm going to build a bus stop like at the train platform in the center. The center is going to have to stay because we always need that if we want to transfer workers. And it could make for a nice industrial area if we do want one further away. We'll make it so that the trains arrive here and the vehicles have a bit of space to load and unload. The road vehicles, I mean. Once we start using them. We need probably not 450 meter for delivery. I don't think we're going to make it that large. Road vehicles will come in here. And then this whole area is like a waiting area for them, so they don't cause any traffic problems. We need open hull, we need a warehouse, we need gravel. A small warehouse would be sufficient. We don't need that many. I mean, mechanical and electronic components we can also bring in from the border, really. But if we start delivering stuff by train, might as well deliver everything. Do I want one train to deliver to everything, or is it multiple trains? Probably multiple trains. Put the road connection up here, so that vehicles will have to get off of the main road for a bit, and they don't block it. One giga train, the Bismarck of trains. I don't think for the construction sector that makes sense. Like this train, I don't know. This train would be really small. Construction material train would run more often. And then we need gravel. And coal. Although coal, I guess, will train right into the city. We're not going to be storing coal out here, I don't think. We have to build a train stop, the fire station first. Then we can build this and start delivering resources, and we'll have another storage area for aggregates back here, I think. That will probably work well enough. We'll wait until the road is done. But yeah, if we have multiple trains running, then we need the double track, for sure. Thankfully, the train is working on that right now. And the first thing we need is the passenger platform, the second thing is the fire station, and then we can work on the resource deliveries. There's no vehicle heading into this platform to pick up resources, it's just for delivery. And I do think the vehicles can load directly from the aggregate storage. We don't have to set up like a truck loading platform or something like that. I think it'll be fast enough. Definitely faster than picking it up from the border. Most characters don't carry that much anyway. We'll need electricity, otherwise the gravel unloading is not going to work. We'll have to build a high voltage wire in here. We might put the transformer on the island, the first one. We'll definitely have a switch on the outside. I might put a switch on this train platform too. Although I mean, the power supply in the future should come from the MegaCity itself. We only want to put coal into the MegaCity and it makes its own power. I guess that was like one of the safety features I wanted to build in. Its own power production. Meaning that it'll have like coal power plants in the city too. Mine your own coal. In the future, not in the beginning. Raw resources will be imported first. Because it's going to allow us to get the steel mill up and running a lot faster. And we're researching the steel mill now. You don't have access to the kindergarten. That would do it. Sure. Code is fine. Couple more cases solved to push it below 20% again to stop the warning message. I don't know if we're gonna have a central train station this time. There might be train platforms around, but I think until we need high density, we're not gonna plan for a significantly large train platform yet. That's something for later. You can build the rail bridges. Yeah, I think the extra university running and doing research is drawing too many workers away from the hospital to keep health up reliably. Police stations are dealing with all the cases. Non-loyalty people in here, it's disgusting. I might need another secret police, this isn't running the way it should. Maybe once there's enough people living here, they will focus on who's allowed to work in this, but I don't know. Seems like it's struggling with the amount of houses now. I'm gonna build another secret police. This is too unreliable. $65 tons. This first. Rail construction. Focus on this track next. Into the passenger platform. So we can have passengers arrive here. We'll have to get some passengers to this area to build up this building with just bringing them from the other platform up to this area by horse carriages. But once this platform is available in the area, everything else should start working from here too. We can have some free construction offices over on this end. They start moving out, grab the resources they want, and then head into the MegaCity to build. Should be the least issue with traffic. And the rest is there's 2 free construction offices in the auxiliary settlement handling passenger like worker transportation for the moment. If we need extra, then I guess we can also bring them here. But these ones are not going to handle asphalt and concrete transportation, I guess. Unless I feel the need that we should have something like that, and then we might hook up an asphalt and concrete plant somewhere in the area. So we could have conveyor engines bringing gravel across, and then we can have asphalt and concrete, and we only need to bring bitumen and cement here, which would need their own unloading platform. I mean, maybe I can build the asphalt and concrete plant with a train unloading in mind. So the train unloads the cement and bitumen right into the buildings. Although for bitumen it would probably be best to have a storage tank. Although we're not going to use that much asphalt, I don't think. Okay, looks like we're in the slump of the after winter phase now. Let's see how well the population growth recovers. I don't expect to get back up to 2,500, but the fact that we didn't drop back down to our initial level is okay. That's promising. I'll just make sure that people arrive in this area and can do work. Shouldn't connect it to the road yet, otherwise we're going to interrupt the construction task, and that would be kind of awful. So people arrive here, get unloaded at the bus stop. They can walk into these overflow bus stops if they want to. Anywhere is fine. These bus stops will only have a connection to this bus stop, so they can go wherever. And this one we'll have to manage, like we have to make sure that people can or can't walk to construction sites that we want them to go to or not. But it's only relevant for this area. Basically they're supposed to go to the fire station, all other local areas, and then if there's too many, they can go back to the train platform where they might get picked up, but I think that's highly unlikely. And yeah, we'll also build a large prison right away in the megacity. Somewhere in the center. Population amount is key for it. Should be quite high. Quarter of the way towards steel. Why not keep the auxiliary settlement? Because it's called MegaCity 19, not MegaCity 19 plus auxiliary settlement. Hello, Como. I want everything to revolve around the center of the map, and this was just there to help us build everything up. It's not going to go away right away, but once MegaCity 19 is stable, people will be prevented from moving in here again. And we'll slowly start demolishing stuff. Do we have to build public transport and stuff for the megacity? Yeah. People will be transported around inner city wise. Train, horse carriages, cableway cars might be a thing. Depending on what time we're in, what we have available. Most things will be in walking distance, but I'm sure we're gonna have like a cultural district. Workers will have to be shifted over to a centralized train platform at some point to if they need to go to like a production area, stuff like that. Steel production will be the first primary source of income for the megacity. Yeah, we're gonna make our own steel, I think. We're importing coal, which we need anyway for the heating plant, which is gonna be nice. And then iron. Both trains can wait until unloaded. And then we'll produce steel, which is going to be useful for construction and also keeping the steel price down. Let's hope steel is going to work well. I don't think it's going to be bad. Pollution might be a problem, but that's something we need to try and figure out. Do we just build a large area away from the steel mill? Or can we cover everything around the steel mill and then give them some health-based research? If we get to 5,000 citizens inside the megacity. Sheesh. Construction train. I mean, I did pay back more of the loan earlier. Thought we would get around to 700,000 rubles before we had to refresh it to 1 million, and then we have a decent amount of time before we have to do it again. Ten horse carriages of gravel, couple of workers, and the road is done. First one. I don't think we need the second one right now. We can just build across. And the construction area is going to be temporary. I'm going to fit that somewhere in the area, maybe on this side. I don't think I want to have it inside the city. We might put a construction sector somewhere in this location. A final one. Maybe relatively quickly, so we can set up the asphalt and concrete and don't have to build it here. The fact that we're gonna have to buy 3 trains. I mean, I need more trains anyway, but it could also be one train that goes in here first, like goes back out, goes in here, goes back out, goes in here, but I don't know. I think 3 trains is fine. We will also have to run a hazardous waste incinerator in the city. Put the metal scrap somewhere. The ash can just dissipate. The city shouldn't make too much. Gravel setup. Any idea if hosts can keep a gravel processor busy? Aggregate wagon is like 1.2 load. I thought 1.9. Not sure if it's different for construction waste. 1.9 construction waste. I don't know. Probably not. I mean, you can build a storage. A single line might be enough, not enough, but you can build a storage with multiple truck unloading facilities and then have multiple lines unloading into the building. So you can definitely set it up where horse carriages are enough, but it's a lot of extra investment. Not sure if you need that. Modern gravel industries is so much more efficient. What does work? We've done it. Not on the Poland map, on the previous one, if I remember correctly. Gravel setup on the river is a possibility. If we want to make our own gravel for construction tasks here. But importing by train is a lot more convenient. It's kind of polluting too. I don't think a single heating plant. It'll have 400 meters range, which means it's not going to get all the way to the outside. But I think I want to start with the middle bit. Well, officially we would have to start somewhere here, I guess. But that's the area we're starting in. There might be heat exchangers off of this heating plant. That could happen. Am I still playing Race Room? Sometimes when I see an old car race, but not that much right now. I haven't seen any races that I wanted to do in a while. Road is done. Since this is temporary, we're going to use dirt roads, I think. That way we can set this up the way we want early. Probably just a switch and a temporary transformer, I guess. I mean, the city's power supply is gonna be built from a power plant from the city later on. Initially, we'll have to transfer some high voltage power into the center, I guess, to get things started. So we'll be able to run some janky power supply off from the MegaCity off of this if we want to, but I'll probably build another switch at least in the city center, and then we'll draw the second high voltage line to it, so we can run the basics. Limiting myself to 4 megawatts because everything else will have to come off of the city's power supply later on. Any reason you're asking? Perchance? Is there any cool race room race ongoing right now? Alright, let's try and bring workers to the area from the existing platform. Stop assigning yourself to construction tasks. It's really not cool. Kilometer, no more. You can have 1 horse carriage in here to do maintenance, for example. But that's it. Alright, let's just start transferring workers to the area. We need some covered hull horse carriages to do the fuel distribution. So we'll make sure they're only assigned to go to these platforms right now. They're not sent out back to the road or anything. And then we can start assigning other construction sites like train platform and then the fire station. Once those are up and we have fire engines here, we can start building the rest. You don't load any passengers anymore. They're not being brought back to the auxiliary settlement. They will all stay here. Should hopefully not take too long to build that train platform. But yeah, we kind of need to double track the train tracks so they can run here. Otherwise it's not going to work that well. So we kind of want the rail construction vehicle to build up into this platform area. And maybe not this way for now. We'll have to refresh our loan. Go to the end station, run it again. A robust construction sector in the city center will be important. If we start delivering coal for the steel mill, we could also start making bricks next to the steel mill, for example. Which would also help us like reduce the costs of building at the cost of pollution to the citizens, but that's fine, I guess. But the steel mill first. It's gonna be a way to just like always have room for extra workers until the city gets really, really large. Groundwork is not going to take too long. and we'll be here to manage it. Once people make it this far, which they should. I hope the last step is close enough. A little bit worried. Only got an hour left. I'm probably gonna put another platform in, because this is quite far, so let's drop another one in here, I guess. That should definitely work. You bastard. I guess there's no fuel here yet. Yep, well I guess there's gonna be a bit of unemployment, but they should make it as soon as we have fuel in the area. We might have to put some more refueling points in the location. Spread this out a little bit more, I guess. Okay, secret police done. Put the loyalty at 35, I guess. I think loyalty for the secret police. I don't know what it does. I have to at some point test that, I guess. A full secret police with low loyalty versus a secret police with 50% versus a secret police with like high loyalty. I assume that if there's sufficient loyalty, then even fewer workers could have the same effect, I guess. But hopefully this will resolve our question mark issues and make this very robust. Almost done with the steel mill research. You can start delivering to all of this. It's gonna get built up once we have workers in the area, but we can start delivering materials, so we can start working on the groundworks. Once it's their time. Yeah, if I need like an asphalt plant and concrete plant, I would have to also care about water and sewage, and there's a river here, but we'll worry about that once we want to set up the construction sector past the train connection. Probably would just build like a road here and have a horse carriage route or a train route supply workers to a construction sector. Something of that nature. Looks like the materials for the groundworks are here, now we're just waiting on workers, and that is kind of like reliant on us receiving some grain so the passenger transportation starts working correctly. No, that looks fine. You're only supposed to maintain those two buildings. That's correct. I'll leave the 3 horse carriages bringing workers forward. The ones piling up at the platform, we can move a new train at some point, shift forward. As soon as the train platform is up. That'll give the construction train some time to double track towards this area. I wonder if there's a race going on in race room. But I guess it was just a generic question. Accidentally unmuted Saddleer stream for a brief moment. I think population growth has kicked in again. We'll see how it goes. Coaling station. So we'll have a heating plant, a coaling station for the incoming trains, the steel mill, a storage unloading platform, and then some, well, houses and stuff. We can distribute coal by distribution office first if we want to start the settlement during non-winter times, but I believe it will have to have a rail connection from the get-go. But once we start building there, same rules apply. We need a passenger platform first and a fire station, and then we can build whatever we want. That platform can also be temporary in the city center, but we need a way to run the fire protection. No workers have made it here yet. And there's the steel mill. Good job. Shut down the university. Go work somewhere else. Like the secret police. Or the other uni. Haven't built a steel mill in a while. It was a pretty chunky building. 40 tons of pollution. We can deliver resources directly into the building if we want to. But coal will be stored externally. We need 375 tons of coal per day at maximum production and 200 tons of iron per day at maximum production. The internal storages are not enough to hold for a full day. But I think the delivery is all going to be train-based. If I have it my way. There will definitely be a dedicated unloading platform because for coal, because coal also has to go into the heating plant. But iron could be unloaded directly into the building. If we want to have 2 iron trains unloading into the building, that would be enough. 2 parking spaces. If we're dealing with very long trains. A small buffer storage could also help, I guess. A steel mill at the city center, jeez. We'll have to conceptualize. Let's plop it down and see how it will work out with the layout. Heating plant will get its own storage. For sure. City center is that important, of course. This might be the worst part to build first, because this is gonna be, well, experiencing the most pollution, I guess. We don't need it connecting to the steel mill from this platform. It's only the tower engine feeding into the heating plant from the heating plant storage. So this connection is irrelevant. Now we need the unloading platform that unloads with priority into the cold storage for the heating plant. But I think it's just going to be unloading directly in here and unloading into the steel mill. Same problem as in the auxiliary settlement. Path connections are not ideal. We'll build it like this then. I think we're going to build 2 buffer storages for the steel mill and then use a single line for unloading, I think. I'm not going to make this too large. The unloading should be fast enough anyway. Could make this a road connection bridge as well, so we have access to whatever's in this location, but it's getting already quite busy. And if we want a brick factory, I don't know, like here I guess. Could have another connection across this road. Just throw another factory in, I guess. This loading unloading station is oversized, but it'll do well for the way this looks. This is for coal, and I think iron goes directly into the building. but I'm not sure about that. I think we'll have 2 train yards. Well, 1 train yard split into 2, 1 waiting area for the coal trains and 1 for the iron trains. Initially a single train each will be enough. But we can then buy extra trains with the waiting platforms in place to make sure that the steel mill is well supplied. I think the trains are going to come up here and then turn around into the loading unloading platform, which would then mean that there's no room for the brick factory, but that's fine too. Having a small area for a brick factory wouldn't be the worst to build, since we're gonna have so much space anyway. So how many trains are supposed to wait here? So one side for iron, this side for coal, which is expandable. But having 2 trains waiting here that can then move forward one after the other to unload, and each side has its own buffer storage. Since we're going to unload iron and coal here, this side will have to hold iron and coal, which can then get sucked up into the industry. Mostly coal. Iron does not get consumed that quickly. Building the steel mill is also going to be really expensive, of course. But what can you do? No conveyors. The steel mill is just going to siphon the resources directly into itself. I don't know if we can fit a road underneath here. We can. Okay. Coal storage, iron storage. Definitely needs its own fire station. But workers are supposed to live in this area. The steel mill will be built afterwards. I just wanted to have it here for planning purposes. Initially we would have our train platform for the coal unloading, so that we can run the settlement. So workers can walk across into the heating plant, fire station nearby. I don't know if they will be able to walk to the steel mill later on. That might be a bit too far. But then there would be houses on the other side for the workers. Right now I'm only concerned with like getting a basic settlement going. Might even be enough to just have a shopping center. And just some bare bone facilities just so people can start moving in. Or we could start with the big ones. The market hall seems really efficient, worker-wise. We'll see. It's already taking up quite a bit of space. It's going to be like a core of the settlement. This is going to merge down into a single exit lane that goes into the train tracks. Another track is going to be the supply, which is going to happen first. Splitting up into 4 waiting lanes for 450 meter long trains. So this is going to be the waiting yard. Massive coal trains, massive iron trains can wait here. It's all going to be one way. One train moves forward, unloads, and then once it has unloaded, it starts moving. And as soon as it's out of the way, another train can start moving to prepare unloading. And the buffer storages are meant to facilitate a train moving out of the way and the next train starting to move in, so that it hopefully runs smoothly. But yeah, we'll have like one train for iron and one for coal. One train line. So we'll have like another 450 meter length. So they can move out of the platform before they merge back down into a single track. Just gotta make sure they have like an area to stay out of here. See if we need that road or not. So up to this point, if it's clear, they can move in, and then they're out of the way, and the next train can already start moving in, even if the main line is busy. I'm not going to make a waiting yard for trains leaving this area, but we would have the option to also widen this into multiple platforms. But then I would have to shift everything down a bit. We're not going to worry about that right now. Still no workers here. Is there a problem somewhere? Or is it just taking ages? Did I make a wait, did I make a mistake with the other platforms? That they are not sending their workers? Other building, other. That should all be fine. And you're sending them to only those 4 bus platforms. And they can only send it to the bus platform, no other structure. If they manage to go all the way here, then it should be fine. I guess we'll monitor and see if there's like a problem somewhere. Might be with horse feed. That's the most likely issue, I think. Oh, we're almost back to 2,500 citizens. Just from population growth. That's nice to see. Still got a month, but I did go up again. Oh no, not 2,500, 2,400, okay. So we're not getting back to that limit. I guess the death rate was a little bit too high in those structures, sure. Two hours left. First bus platform. Let's see, did I make a... This is 800 meters, 400 meters, 400. This is quite far, but 900, okay. Oh, there's another one in between. So maybe it's this area, maybe this is too far? Can you make it to the next platform? Or do you decide to go and refuel over here first? And then you head back and then the workers are basically like gone. So I need another refueling platform somewhere here. That might be the reason. Yep, that's most likely the reason. Maybe. Keep them closer to the bus stops, I guess. Once we have some workers around, we can build up the train platform and then the rest should just be material deliveries. It's only really the train platform that we need. Everything else is getting construction materials delivered. And yes, we will need a local construction office with horse carriages that is not set to auto search to manage the construction locally. Plus maybe some horse cranes. That should be fine. Vehicle repairs we'll also need here, but that's something for the city center then. This should hopefully get the city center up before vehicle repairs become an issue. This is basically like building the first settlement next to the customs house, except we have to bring the resources into the center of the map instead of at the border. We have to start bringing them in by train. Yep. Ran out of time for the passengers, I guess. Well, maybe on the next trip you'll have some crops nearby and then it'll work. We'll see. Yeah, these houses are not doing too well. They didn't really recover throughout the year. They're still at 60 years of life expectancy. The medical university will have to solve that. We can do the research later. We won't build any university into the megacity right now. All of the highly educated workers will be produced and created in the auxiliary settlement initially. We just want the settlement to start working. Once we have people living here, some residential buildings, a fire station, a hospital, everything else should go much better. I guess? No. Maybe? Wait. So that's the correct angle. Not sure if I can connect the footpath though, it's a little bit too close. But we have right angles now. Just need to shift it over a little bit. Here would do. I wonder where it's gonna let me connect to that road. Oh, on this side I guess will work. Ah, okay. I see. We can use that, sure. And then we could have a residential area on this side, I think. We still need water, sewage, heating, and electricity. I think the strip next to the road could serve that purpose well. I don't think there would be any problem having water and sewage, and even the substations between the rail connection and the road. No road crossing on the waiting platform. This is also a waiting platform, so that parallel road here is not really allowed. There could be a road connection through this area, because, well, not really, because there's also like waiting until unloaded on the loading platform, so it's like a dead end for the road, I guess. We might put a distribution office here or something, or a technical service, but not clear yet. But this whole is like this area is basically enclosed, and we'll have to see how we get to the steel mill, probably from the outside. Road connection around the outside, and then connecting past these two waiting platforms. We can do that again. Steel mill will have to be built with its own fire station. I hate it so much. There's even refueling possibilities here, and you're going backwards. I need like refueling at every dang bus stop. I mean, okay, never mind. There's already refueling here. You have 3 hours. Get to the next bus stop. These ones, I guess, will move closer to this area and unassign. Let them run out. Are you gonna make it? Probably not. Maybe the next one will. Is this like the 800 meters? 650, 700. Yeah, you're not supposed to build here. I don't know what you think you're doing. Why are you in this area? Like, stop. You have no reason being here. Get out of this. Like, construction is not for you. I feel like the resource deliveries are fine. Maybe the only thing we need are workers. This doesn't seem too slow. I mean, once we start building houses, I guess I will probably change my mind. But yeah, we need the workers here, for sure. Okay. Sure, looks good. Maybe the first one to actually arrive. Distribute horse feed, I guess. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. So population did not go back up to 2,500, but 2,380 is not that terrible. It's a loss of 120 citizens compared to previous year, though. Orphanages seem back to normal. I'm gonna reduce the loyalty requirement again for the workers. This is not sustainable. Hello, Berliners. Welcome. There we go, the first workers. They got an hour left. Should hopefully make it. Oh, you're heading to... So mad. Maybe we don't need that bus stop then. If you can make it all the way here, that bus stop is, I guess, not useful. Well, they almost made it. I'm gonna get rid of that bus stop. Seems like the last trip is fine. Good morning, evening, afternoon, night together in German, I guess. It's North German, yes. They use that for everything. Pollution is going to be so bad. I guess the other thing we could have is the incinerator up in the corner of the train tracks. That would be maybe a bit much. There's a lot of space here that we could use. Which year did I begin? 1880. Years in game. Trying to build our proper city in the map center. It's been a journey. I think it was the time you told we need to make money, if not default. Yeah, that has since been fixed. Lots of hazardous waste incineration. I made a cute little train platform to have 2 waste trains running here. So, got a waste incinerator. Parking space for a second and maybe a third train if we want. That's running hazardous waste from the border. While the city's also getting its supplies from the same customs house connection. It's looking at waste type in all borders. Yes, that was like the first stream. It was so long ago. Loyalty situation is fixed. There's one house without known loyalty, but it happens every now and then. But it's not multiple houses, I guess. We have people waiting at the platform to do actual work. We need like 80, 90 workers here to build the train platform. Let's get that started, I guess. Once the groundwork is done, we'll have to pause it again. It was in February, not so long. I did restart it on episode 4. That's right, making the jump. The workers in bus stations, yeah. Otherwise I'm not gonna get the people here via horse carriage, because they take way too long to travel. And I need workers waiting here, so I can build up the structures. It's not. It's not. I've done it a lot before. I just hide it very well. Building up first big construction area. It's a temporary construction area to get the city going. The proper construction area is going to be behind the river, I think, maybe down here. But first we need a city with some people living in the area. A running hospital, ton of houses, and a city center to start growing the population. So water, sewage, heating, electricity, and all of that. I guess one thing we could have is a power plant, but I don't think that's going to fit in here. No. Power plant would probably be its own supply line, and I don't want to concentrate too much industry into the city center because it's going to be polluting as well, as all get out. An entire bag of Salos candy. They're weird for being licorice. Salt licorice. I bet. Like licorice craft drops, it's so sweet. Why is this? Oh, salmiakki are the salt ones, I think. Like licorice, and this herb thing with licorice. I think the salmiakki was the ones with powdered salt on the outside. Or was it salt on the inside? Salted licorice, I seem to remember. I like black licorice, I guess. Is there anything special about bridge construction for rails? No. Might need bricks. Does it? It probably uses prefab panels. No, just bricks and steel. In our case. Ricola, but licorice. Right. Berliners are gonna be really mad because we're gonna have housing so close to our pollution center. We told someone today that they should be really careful about pollution. Well, there's gonna be a steel mill in the middle of our city. It's gonna be beautiful, I think. More mad? Yeah, really mad. Extremely. As like, I don't know, when you didn't get any coffee in a subway or something like that. Have to be really careful about the waste management. It's all still planning, like things might change, but I'm figuring out how I want this layout to be. This is not straight at all. We'll just draw it out from here, that's fine. Somewhere on this side is okay. Let's start with a smaller hospital. Could have another house here, make it wider. Otherwise it's going to be quite condensed, and I don't want to make like blocks everywhere. I want them to have a interesting shape at some point. The question before I go to kitchen to bring my coffee before I'm allowed to drink it? Sure. Need a road connection through here, obviously. But the footpath has been planned. I think the shopping center is going to be on the outside. Like the shopping center that I'll have to probably walk through out of this complex, and it's going to be over here somewhere with a road connection. The hospital could be too. But since it's so close to like the polluted area, I don't know, the hospital is kind of like a focal point for this whole setup. And I did say I wanted this to be what it like focuses on. Bit shorter. Ugh, wonky. Enjoy your coffee. Cigarettes are bad for you. Coffee is too, I guess. Yeah, sure. Let's build this hall. I was supposed to like have a rail connection into it, I guess, for deliveries. Like into a warehouse somewhere. The building itself does not have that much storage capacity. Could have the shopping center on this side. Across from it, a warehouse area with distribution offices that then shovel resources into the central shopping location. Huge storage? No, that was a shopping center. That's not a storage. That's just a shopping center. A market hall. The warehouse would still have to be built. Alright, groundworks is done. We'll wait for the other materials to arrive. I guess you can start building on the fire station for now. Actually, no, don't. We want enough workers to make sure that we can finish the train platform. So yeah, probably another train route coming up here to unload into a warehouse for the shopping for the citizens living here. This feels way too open. I guess we can fit more housing in here. How's the walking distance? 143, that's pretty good. Large heating plant right next to houses. We'll have to extend the settlement further towards the water to make sure we can get as many people living here without everyone being affected by pollution, but of course they have to be in range of the heating plant. So can only go so far with that. Can fit 3 football fields in there. We put a kindergarten and a school in the middle of the housing complex. I don't know. I'm gonna think about what we want. School would make sense, kindergarten wouldn't be absolutely critical, I guess, initially. To get things working. So we definitely need a shopping center. Alcohol is optional. Cinema is optional. Sport is optional. The fire station we will need in the area. The one from the heating plant is going to be too far away. I'll probably have a fire station inside here somewhere. So, fire station. School we need. Is it only going to take care of the people living here, or is it going to take care of multiple areas? Probably multiple. Oh wow, okay. I think we're gonna have water purification in here. No, let's not overdo it. But then again, we have the resources here. Horse crane. No, let's go with... I wanted to have the secret police, the police, and the hospital very close to the residential buildings. Because I think they're going to be the most important parts of our settlements this time, with all the pollution ongoing. So I think I'll build the hospital here. Hello, Hailstorm. Welcome. That leaves the school missing, water supply, and of course the shopping center with a local warehouse. Concrete. Should also make 4 of those housing complexes and put a large school and hospital in the middle of them. That's what I thought, yeah. Not the hospital though. The hospital I want to have as close to the houses as possible, so their walking distance to them is as reduced as possible, because I probably will have a bunch of hospitals. We might get rid of this at some point and put like a football playground in place once I build a large clinic. A large hospital. But I decided not to do that yet because that thing is kind of ridiculous. $100 tons of concrete. We need a local construction sector first. Today is this place through still being difficult? Yes. But we're now working on maybe starting the construction on our MegaCity 19 center soon. I'm trying to get the resource deliveries improved. We might need concrete and asphalt. Concrete especially. Could do with another construction office. Asphalt maybe not, because that's dump trucks and we have like 2 of them already. Our construction is done, good. We can start building either on the bridges now or the secondary track. Probably the bridges first, so we have a single train track going into the area. Go across. Then we can like split it back up into 2 tracks, do whatever we want, and then later on build the second line through here. I will need a way for them to switch across though, to the other track I guess. But we have now the train track connected, so as soon as the passenger platform is up we should be able to bring workers here by train, so we don't need to rely on the horse carriage route anymore. I think I can pause that one. I think there's like enough people to build up the train platform now. So I shall do that. Just waiting for the concrete delivery. After everything is done, we'll probably unassign these construction offices and just do it with the local ones. Except the concrete one. That one we will... and the dumpers, because they have to bring asphalt in. Power of the train station? It doesn't need power. Doesn't matter, I don't think. Maybe power reduces criminality, I guess, but... it's fine. It's fine. It'll have power. We will have electricity here because we needed to unload gravel. Only 24% higher educated. That's not good. Okay. So do you need power to work? No. Doesn't. Warehouse also doesn't need power. Several buildings that don't need it. But it will use electricity if something is in range to light up a couple lights. Maybe loading and unloading is slower during the night, but I don't know what the difference is. Okay, population dropped back down to 2,100. It's probably going to drop down to close to 2,000 again, so we have like found our population equilibrium, I guess, with the pollution in that area. Five more deliveries of concrete. And then we shall have our train platform. And then we can feed workers into the area and build everything up. First the fire station. And we might have to buy more trains. Hello Zadalier. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How was Railroad Corporation? we had a lot of fun with it. I tried to check it out more. I wanted to ask you in stream, but then I forgot if it came with like a what you call it? A stock market. Welcome, Riders. I'm Brightford, playing Workers and Resources. Working on our actual MegaCity 19 now. Or trying to. We're almost there. We're setting up a minor construction sector around the outside to have resource deliveries be a little bit faster. Prepare for the fire station to start running. Asphalt and concrete is gonna be in like demand. A lot. I think we should have a footpath leading out of this. What about this area? Not too shabby. Now started growing, made $1 million in 1 quarter. Not sure about stock market, to be fair. I do know it does have a multiplayer though. Ah, okay. Multiplayer could be fun. I think I'm gonna give myself more space here. To have footpath connections around the buildings would help, I think. Hello, Percussagant. Welcome. Beautiful. How's Mega 67 going? Wrong MegaCity. Don't spoil anything. One more concrete delivery, and we can build and finalize the train platform. Then we'll open up the workers walking anywhere. Well, after the fire station, like I said. Why were you still running? You were supposed to already be back. Sheesh. Oh, it's so funny to me to see people just waiting on the platforms in the middle of nowhere. Yep. They're waiting for their motherland, I guess. Okay, that's the train platform done. Let's get the trains to run further. I'll have to signal everything, but that's okay. Unload here. Load. Making sure we can do maintenance on that platform too. And then drop them off here. Right. Let me just... I'll figure it out. Give me a second. So... we currently have no way of returning, which is understandable. I think you can go in here and then return the same way the passenger trains are doing. Okay. And then on this side, they can only leave, but if they arrive here, they are allowed to turn around if they want to. I just need to give the construction train enough room to get out of this area. Which I think this will do. Oh, wait, you're on this side. That needs to go away. Alright. Fill up the groundwork with construction workers. I could have used the distribution offices, I guess, that I built next to the border to also start shifting resources here, but I think with horse carriages it just takes so freaking long. You unload workers to the bus stop. And then from here we'll make use of them. Everyone goes to the bus platform first, and from here we distribute them where they're supposed to go. And I think I'm just gonna open up like all construction sites so we can like get started on all groundworks in the meantime. We'll restrict that again soon, but not right now. We'll have to run a fire station off of that platform. We'll change the setup. You will transfer, unload, reload, and then you'll unload 10% maximum and reload again. So what that means is at most we're gonna have 5 workers here unloaded. 6 workers, 6.5. And the rest will refresh their transportation. That means a couple workers are in this area so we can do building maintenance with the local construction office. And that's all we need. Because that train platform needs to be maintained. Resources can be delivered from the faraway construction offices, but workers would take too long to arrive. You're not set to auto search, but you would pick people up from here. And I can do manual assignments if I want to. Like, for example, the high voltage wire, which I guess we can do. Temporary. The city should make its own power. It's only going to take in resources, I think. Power grid would be local. If we see any buildings that are done with their groundworks, we have to turn off the workers in them. But since we're spreading out the workers pretty far right now, it's going to take a while. The initial warehouse could supply the settlement with food. It's not going to consume too much in the beginning. It's also quite far away, but that would be an option. Of big pollution area? Nice. Thank you, Berlinus. Have a good day. I need to get slightly further away from this area, I think, to make a sustainable residential area. that does not suffer too much from the pollution. Because now we have dropped down to 2,000 citizens again, which is maybe our population equilibrium. I don't know if it's gonna recover. Oh, it's gonna crash hard again. Yeah, these 4 houses are very bad. Everything else is okay. Maybe we can fit the orphanage in here. That was also supposed to be managed from the get-go. That means the school is missing. Fire station, police, secret police, hospital. School will be necessary. We can place this footpath later. That is not important right now, just that I wanted to have enough room for it to be here. Which is good, gives us a ton of space to build items next to the train track. Oh, technical services, I mean, yeah. We still need water, sewage, electricity. There's still other things I'm only thinking about. Like, we also need the shopping center. We need probably an alcohol kiosk or maybe even a pub. There's still more things we will need. I guess we can move the open hull and covered hull trucks and some of the dumpers in this area and replace the vehicles inside the construction sector next to the border with a bunch more concrete mixers, which will help with the transportation of enough concrete, while also leaving sufficient dumpers in there to bring us asphalt that we will need. Concrete mixers are in short supply. Like these horse cranes and the covered hull, we don't necessarily need anymore. I mean, for the power lines, I guess. Bringing resources to the power line construction, we will still need. But once we have a warehouse here, we can also pick them up from the from this location. We don't need the electricity to deliver resources to the warehouse. I don't know why you still have resources in here, but I guess you're making deliveries? Yep. We can build the high voltage wires. Once the open hull storage is built, we relocate the open hull vehicles all into local construction offices. Dumpers we will not. And then we'll have more mixers to deliver more concrete, I guess. That one is done with the groundworks. You also have all materials. You know what? Send them to other buildings first, and then if there's no room, bring them to the bus stop. I'll shut off the amount of workers here, so that they can bring the construction materials. Also done with the groundworks. There's so much room here. I don't want to have too many connections off of the main road, so we could have another side road going along here, and then having some connections that don't necessarily match with whatever we want to build in the area, which I think makes more sense. Things can be reworked if necessary, of course. English only, please. I can't read Cyrillic. Hello, Alexander. Welcome. Everything is coming in from one side of the customs house on the right side now. It's gonna be two... Well, it's all gonna condense down to a single train track. I'm pretty sure. Too much. Train comes in, unloads coal and or iron, and leaves again. If we need to hook this up to run in the different direction, we would have to hook up the train tracks from this side and make them work the other way, but that wouldn't be too difficult, I don't think. But yeah, that way we should be able to manage this fairly easily. Okay, that'll also hook up if we need it. It's a bit of a weird track. Hello Archer. Hello Oprah. Welcome. Then over here we can have a crossing, I guess. It's gonna be probably fairly busy. Might need a bridge, like at some point I guess we can have a bridge going across. I don't know. I want to avoid bridges and tunnels. Until we start modernizing, I guess. Population dropped below 2,000 and is still dropping. Do we have a problem with the hospitals? Kind of. The southern one has a problem with not enough workers. This building was supposed to fill up with enough highly educated workers to run the healthcare in the area, but it itself is struggling with it, I guess. Okay. Fire station can be built. Doesn't need too many workers. Okay. And then if we have a reasonable supply of workers in the area with the fire station running, everything else can also be built up. Thank you. Any construction office in this area is here to pick up resources locally. Warehouse would be nice next. But for that, we would also need to build the train tracks in this area. And that probably has higher priority. It can build any track in any direction it wants to, and then we'll assign the other two construction tasks as well. Hooking up open house storage, covered storage, and aggregate unloading. Why are you unhappy with crossing over the train tracks in that location? I don't get it. Was the train bringing foreign workers from the border house? No, our own workers. We're not using foreign workers for anything right now. They're unloading our own workers here, so that we may run a fire station. I'll probably need more trains though. I think the worker supply is going to be a little bit low to be reliable. And I don't want anything to burn down. I think 2 more trains would probably be sufficient. Well, population is going down. That's pretty bad. Sheesh. Oh. That's an issue. Well, I guess for now we need to make sure that anyone can get a school education. If we don't have the loyalty for this, then make sure anyone teaches them, and we'll get our loyalty from the prison setup. It's fine. Okay, complete the groundworks of the open storage. Maybe the rail construction vehicle will build in there first, maybe not. And if we have open hull materials, I'm gonna force it to build in that direction, pausing the other constructions of the train tracks. Once this is done, the warehouse and the aggregate storage are gonna be much easier to complete. I mean, they're still gonna get deliveries, I guess. But yeah, open storage first, warehouse and aggregate storage after. I'll go get 2 extra trains with 2 extra train cars and see how it works out. I really wonder if I should connect this, because then purchasing trains, they could always come in from the other tracks, I guess. Alright, I can buy them now. If I find them. There. Oh god, they're so expensive. They've gotten really, really expensive. Inflation is in full swing, I guess. Wait, what? Did I already reset it? No. Oh, I was under used vehicles, I think. There we go. Now we can reset it. Fire engines take a while to get here. But they're almost there. Why are you so annoying with this crossing over the train track? Come on. Well, that was just weird. Alright, sure. I'll need a road connection around the top to get to the steel mill. We have a road connection around the bottom, but I think this one is then also fine. I don't know. It's available. It's outside the parking spaces of anything. No settings by default. Sure. We're doing rail construction. Passengers did not arrive this trip. Was to be expected. We need a warehouse with a rail connection so we can supply goods to the city. It doesn't have to be final yet, but it needs to be a warehouse somewhere near this area so we can start running things, like somewhere here, I guess. Slap a warehouse down, have a rail connection to it, have a train arrive here with waiting until unloaded for food. And then we can distribute goods off of this area. Similar to our auxiliary settlement, we'll need pretty much everything. Except we'll bring food here instead of crops. Although we might have a food factory somewhere in the center. It depends on how bad it gets with the steel mill. This is gonna be temporary. Uninvestigated cases in the police station. 2 cases, oh no. Not enough highly educated workers, huh? We're at 25%, it should be enough. Temporary setup. Deliver food and leave. Outside of the waiting platforms. 150 meters should be long enough. It would block the road. Has to be shorter. Or we build it out slightly further. Then we get a long enough train that can wait here. Try to catch cowboys from a big road. What's the train bringing? Oh, we already read that. I guess the electronic deliveries aren't happening right now, because I thought I could build the warehouse first. I think the Coward Hull train will have to double up with the delivery afterwards to go into the city. So it'll unload into the warehouse and then go further. Building steel and coal plant near the mines a bad idea? No, wouldn't be. It would keep the pollution out of the city, but we're trying not to do that. It's way easier to deliver electricity by power line. Of course you need to make sure that you always bring enough workers to your mine / power plant area, I guess. I think we'll have some power plants in the city just to make sure it stays up and running. But yeah, I think the next couple techs are probably going to be related to health. I think that's going to be important. I'll start with probably vitamins. Only problem is crime. You can have a police station there, it's fine. Horse carriage police station doesn't even need heating. But you can also build a small heating plant there, since you already have coal. Not too bad. Okay, we definitely only need like 10 workers here. That's like our go-to in the city. And yes, the construction material storage will be important. The train delivering resources to the rail construction office is probably going to be repurposed, bringing resources here as well. So it'll be like running a constant route, I think. I don't know how you get like 3 cases not solved. We don't have that many cases in the area, but apparently it was a burst of cases and 3 of them were not solved at that time for some reason. Okay, I'm gonna understand you from the orphanage again, like, there's so many highly educated workers in these buildings. I don't want to micromanage you with the orphanages anymore. I believe the orphans will be fine. They might be a little bit more criminal, but it's okay. They'll balance themselves out once some of them get released and we're fine with the new capacity again. Will also benefit the local hospital, that more highly educated workers are available. 24% higher education. Do we get this under control or not? Okay, I think it's just the birth rate of lower education is now starting to climb again. Not the birth rate, but education is starting to catch up again. I might have to lower the amount of workers inside the school. Okay, the workers here can't get to the construction of the open storage, so I'll have to assign the buses, the horse carriages. They've traveled here for a long time, so they'll be doing a lot of work on the construction site. The time will go down rather slowly. We'll get some extra work done. I'm not going to repurpose the delivery train from the settlement to also bring to the MegaCity 19 center, but we're going to use the same setup, pretty much. Except, do I also want to connect meat delivery to it? I don't know. I didn't plan on a factory connection for a meat warehouse, I guess. Could do that. That's way oversized. This would allow us to hook up a warehouse and a refrigerated storage. Not sure how long we're gonna rely on this one. Hopefully not too long. But it'll get things started, I guess. Can you import cattle and slaughter it yourself? Yes. However, butchering is the only production that doesn't really give you any like additional money savings. It just makes the cows very compact to transport. So importing cows and then butchering them, not really that helpful. We also need a coaling station in the area. Maybe I can put a coaling station here on the return track. It would mean that the train going to the customs house is not getting coaled. I'll just put it on the main line, like I said I would. After the bridge, I guess. We have water nearby. Coal at the heating plant can be picked up and transported by a distribution office or a direct line. The only thing it'll need is electricity, I think. This will need power. We can hook that up from temporary construction office and then have a small water pump siphon water out of the area, pump it into this coaling station. That's where all trains are running through, so it'll slow things down a little bit, but not too much. Alright. I mean, that's enough for the groundwork. Maybe I'll make you wait until unloaded on meat, because meat is the only resource that is guaranteed to be consumed constantly. Oh, you also had to wait until unloaded of gravel too. Nope. Definitely not. But yeah, this train probably has to be made longer, and then it can run the resources to our new open storage as well. And for the citizen goods, we'll make a new dedicated train at that point. We have 4 megawatts of power that we can use, and then we'll have to think about our own power plant inside the MegaCity with a coal connection and should distribute power locally. Back down below 20%, can reactivate the checkbox to notify me if the police station somehow has problems again. Should be alright for now. I mean, one thing I'm gonna be careful about is not putting any houses between the heating plant and the steel mill. They're so close together that that is not going to happen at all. But I do believe this is going to be a pretty polluting influence onto the settlement. The heating plant is also fairly close to these houses. But yeah, we can build outwards a little bit more. High density all around. Up to like here, I guess, north. And then we have to see another heating plant nearby. How do we do this? The coal would be distributed by pulling it out from this aggregate storage into another heating plant, basically. So we can heat the northwestern side of MegaCity 19 Center and put more housing in place. As soon as we have people living in the area and they're not dying every winter, it should be stable enough to then easily expand, because then we can use the local workforce to make additions to it. And at some point we'll pull the safety net away, which is the auxiliary settlement, and then it's all MegaCity 19 by itself. Which could end in disaster. I mean, that is always a possibility. But hopefully by that point we are going to be financially stable so we can recover if need be. I think the train deliveries of workers seems to be sufficient. Well, as long as the settlement is supplying enough workers inside the trains, which is currently not always the case. I might have to shutter these buildings and put some more houses on this side, where the pollution is not killing everyone off every winter. So this winter we should not have as many deaths because these houses are pretty much empty. I think the rest of the settlement is stable, so I think we're gonna have like a calm winter again with increased population growth afterwards. 2,000 citizens is like our equilibrium of our settlement. A little bit higher now since I built some additional houses on this end. Pollution-free bluebird winter skies. No, definitely not pollution-free. Quite the opposite. How do we do this? So we're gonna have 2 train cars, each material, wood, steel, bricks. Don't think we need prefabs. Unless I want to build fences again. You could also bring gravel, technically. I mean, you're carrying everything. Let's get those extra train cars. 2 train cars for bricks. Running a slow BR80 towards the other settlement is going to slow our passenger trains down. I might have to upgrade this one. I think I'll do. That's going to increase our cost for this. But it also means we have a shunting train at the ready. And we need 1 more steel train car. I'll wait for the waste train to move out of the way. I'll copy the task that it currently has to the new train and then pick up the other train cars from the border. I hope that'll work. What are you transporting? I don't know. You are transporting wood, I guess? Should probably have a different color for that. So attach you. Oh, that's the train, not the train car. Green will do. Stake car, sure. You too. This one was steel. I'll save the line, I guess. Let's see if we can assign it now. Apparently not. There we go. Now it works. And you'll go pick up the other train cars so we can attach them. And then start shipping over our first construction materials towards the megacity. That was expensive. Trains are getting really expensive. Oh, we need mechanical components here. I guess that means we need a construction office with covered hull trucks to make a delivery here. I don't care if you try and deliver workers, you're not going to manage that. But please try and deliver some mechanical components. And I will assign the other construction office too. I don't have it in the assignment group. What are they called? Shouldn't they be called oh, there they are, construction offices. Maintenance. You're already assigned. There. More mechanical components, please. So we do this in one delivery. And whatever workers you're trying to bring to it is not going to work. I think the orphanage might be chock full, the large one, once it's built. I think it's I think we might need multiple. But then birth rate would be going through the roof in the polluted settlement. Which is what we need. I'm not gonna call everything like MegaCity, I'm just gonna call it Southeast. Like the center is MegaCity. And everything else is attachments to MegaCity. Which is how we will handle it. Otherwise everything is gonna be called MegaCity at some point. That's just gonna get confusing. This way, the important part, the center, is marked. And if we look at the map, we have a megacity here, and then southeast, northeast, and so on, showing up everywhere where we're building towards. There's the other train cars. So we got our meat, boards, bricks, steel, and gravel. You can start running again. I don't think you're too long now. 138 meters. I think we left plenty of room in the area. However, you're gonna complain about like turning around and all that. So I think we're gonna put the gravel unloading at the end, and that's fine. Waiting until unloaded for me is maybe too long, but yeah, I guess we should wait until unloaded for steel while we're doing rail construction. It's gonna be expensive. Steel is not cheap. So first things first, we'll need the coaling station with water and coal. Coal will not be available yet. So hopefully the train running construction materials to the area won't use it. It doesn't have a connection to use it right now. The citizen goods trains will need to use it at some point. We also need to be able to load food from our city, bring it here, or we just import food. But I think our own produced food would make the most sense. Warehouse is hooked up. Not the line through it just yet. We'll build that after the warehouse is done. And you can also load bricks now. Meaning that the brick deliveries to the rail construction office are not necessary anymore by distribution office. Only coal. Could have also added a train car for coal, I guess. I mean, I can repurpose one of the aggregate train cars to be coal, I guess. Once we catch it empty at some point. Do I want the resource deliveries to switch over from one side to the other? Like, you'd come in, deliver resources, then you go over and bring it to the aggregate unloading station, and then you go back out? I guess that would make the most sense. Then we can have one train deliver building materials and gravel, the one we currently have for the building materials. And the cover tile storage would be the citizen good train for the future, leading into the city. People of 45% loyalty can go into the student hall to fill that one up. That is expensive. Only 28 tons of bricks, huh? It's gonna take a while to fill everything up. But it was mostly designed to run resources to the rail construction office, which mostly uses gravel. I don't want to run out of money right now, so... building the steel mill is going to be expensive. The steel mill itself needs a lot of steel. 241 tons and 32 tons of mechanical components. There's the covered hull carriages bringing the mechanical components. 2.9 tons. After those have arrived, plus the steel, we'll get our storage, and then we can start bringing the open hull materials. And with those we can finish the construction of the rest of the structures a lot faster. We'll have to relocate the open hull carriages to this area then. Really interested in what construction storage will look like at the end of this, since I assume you'll need a lot. I don't think I need a lot. If I transport it here and the horse carriages right into the city, it's still going to take a while to empty out. Plus, the more I build, the more at risk I am of something burning down at some point, which I don't really want. But yeah, having it here is like as if this is our customs house and we're starting to build a settlement 2 kilometers away. So, it's our self-made customs house on the outside of the city. This hub for resources? Yes. Hello, Scott. This is for bringing the resources to build most of the city with local materials. Only things that aren't here are concrete and asphalt. But we'll have gravel, open hull material storages, and covered hull material storages available. I need to make sure we don't overfill the warehouse with mechanical and electronic components. Otherwise it's going to be pain. I'll put the other train track in here like I said. I think this connection will make a lot of sense. Because then, if we have enough room for the train to enter this, give it 150 meters or thereabouts, and then bring it over to the aggregate unloading, we can have a train that transports both and save on train engines. It's a temporary one. I would like to relocate it into an area where also asphalt and concrete are made. But yeah, it's the MegaCity, so we'll see how long everything takes. High priority. That is not the correct line. That is the wrong connection. This is correct. Gonna put a tribute to Mega Monkey somewhere, just because their name is also Mega. I think we're gonna call our town center Mega City in tribute to Mega Monkey then. How does that sound? Okay, looks like we're gonna be eyeballing 2 million ruble loans now. Moving the rail construction office to MegaCity as well? Yes. I mean, the auxiliary settlement is all gonna collapse at some point. It's all gonna be disassembled. This whole settlement will go away. We just need to get started and make it stable, population-wise. And also profitable, which is very important. Sounds like MegaCity, which is fitting. Yep. Hello, Super Deno. I played Anno 1800 yesterday for an hour and a half. I think it will go on the list of a playthrough, but yeah, just letting you know. Only if you build your buildings upside down, we're not doing that, that's too advanced. Wait, are you for real? Yes. I played it as a games and demo stream, where I tried out 3 different games, and one of which, the first one, was Anno. Town center should be called Monkey Town. No, the stream is called MegaCity 19. Will you take me to Monkey Town now? We can name a building after Mega Monkey, I guess. Hello then, Trusty. Welcome. I'll go watch it now, bye. Excellent. It's not a lot, but I gave it a try. And I guess I was enjoying it. Didn't feel this difficult anymore as I remember it, after I guess I started playing heavier games. So maybe I'll try a run with AI at some point soon. And the stream was legendary, but we'll never forget, yeah. It was a completed run pretty much. Waiting on electronic components so much here. Gotta buy another train, and it's all gonna cost so much money. Like I'm worried about money right now. Oil prices are ridiculously high. Oh my god, the iron price. Ugh. It's way too early for steel to go up that high. Not prepared. I placed the steel mill. Now the game's gonna say, yeah, you should be producing steel really quickly. And as soon as we have it running, it's gonna be like, oh yeah, the steel is cheap now because you're producing it. I don't think this factory can produce for the MegaCity. I mean, we can use it, I guess. Would be nice if we had more workers in the area, I guess. These people for very loyal, highly educated workers is also not the right choice, because they are just like getting killed off so quickly. We're losing a lot of our loyal workers in the area. I think I'm just gonna like, I don't know, 25% loyalty minimum, which is the first flag. They can work in the secret police, that's fine. Reminds me of my electric parts problem. Yeah, it always goes up and down in certain areas of the prices, and I have to figure out how to make it work. Oh, I assigned the wrong construction office. We need this one. You can build it up, because you're local. Good luck. Need 50 workers or so, which would get it finished. No, not even 50, like 25? Because of the extra work time they'll do. That's fine. Those 2 deliveries should be able to get it built up. I'm fairly certain. That's 32, that should be more than enough. Grab exponentially. Yeah. It's importing a lot of steel, building a lot of train tracks. I wonder if the price went up because I planned so much construction. Should be enough, I think. If we need prefab panels, then horse carriages will have to transport them. I'm not gonna bring them in right now. We'll just have to slow down with construction work, I guess. .16 interest rate is pretty cheap. Oh, I guess we need more workers. It was close though. Oh no, they already delivered some extra. It's fine. Next thing we're gonna build is the aggregate unloading... No, the warehouse, I guess. We need the warehouse. Tons of bricks. And now you are not going to wait until unloaded anymore, because we're gonna send you on a round trip, I guess. which will hopefully slowly fill up the storage with resources. $20? No. Canceling your question? Too late. So it doesn't run out of coal. Can get that after it gets close to the customs house, I guess. Oh right, it has to go into the other track now. That's a problem. So after your return trip, you have to go back into in this area. So go back to the coaling station. You can't even get to the coaling station from that. Not the coaling station then, but you have to use this way. And from here you should be able to use the coaling station if you need to. I hope the resource train will work fine. It's not too wobbly, but it's wobbly. White flakes, yeah. The sky is freezing over. Cover your ears. Next trip, warehouse. Yesterday I asked about the prison you built. In my game I only see 3 types of prisons, you have 4 types. Missing that one. Yep, it's in the beta branch right now, in the public beta branch, if you want it, plus a bunch of other things. Didn't call yet. I guess you can make that trip twice before you have to call. Next time you should do that. Hopefully you don't run out on the trip at some point. It's not really... The calling station isn't really on the route for you as a mandatory stop. We could change that. Once the warehouse is done, we'll have electronic and mechanical components there. Maybe a backup storage of food that we could use. Well, it's the laying brick phase. I thought we were still doing groundworks. Never mind. One more construction phase after. Bricks and boards, 3 tons of bricks and 15 tons of boards, which we do have. We'll unassign the other construction offices and the local ones can deal with it. Really is awesome. Only one I can build. The early start is so much big. Thank you for letting me know. Yep, you're welcome. I think we'll relocate the dumpers also. Not all of them. And the other ones will not transport gravel. They'll only transport asphalt, basically. So the ones from the border will still have to be on the assignment tool, but their only purpose will be to transport asphalt. And I might move the other ones to the same purpose, I guess. Then we'll have the mixers ×2 plus dumpers that can transport asphalt. And I don't have to worry too much about it. Bit more wood. I'll make this a warehouse with a dummy assignment, but we have a buffer storage. 90% probably grain or something else, and then, or 90% food and 5% each electronic and mechanical components. We do not need this warehouse full of the other materials, that would be ridiculous. And then after that we can build the aggregate unloading with the mechanical components. and the power for it with the electronic components. You know what? This train will get another train car. It'll also deliver the mechanical and electronic components in a single cargo wagon, I think. Because we can go in here, deliver the open hull materials, go into the aggregate unloading station, and then go into the construction material storage. That way I don't need this track. Construction materials are then all handled by a single train. I need to buy that extra train car, because the warehouse is almost done. Oh, we're still set on purchase whatever. Suits me. The earliest vehicle for that. There we go. We go pick them up. There's the warehouse. 95 and 5. That's 11 tons of electronic components and 16 tons of mechanical components that it can fill up slowly. Would not want more stuff to be stored here, and a buffer storage of food might be okay. The warehouse itself was way too large, I guess. Excellent. So you are going to be mechanical components and half electronic components. We're going to change your route. So now you also have to go into the warehouse. And then after that you're also going to have to go into the aggregate unloading station. One time after the other. Okay, right now it's in a terrible situation because we need the aggregate station to make this work. How long are you? 147. That's our limit pretty much. Okay, for now I guess we have to use a waypoint. We have to travel back out and then back into the area to get to the warehouse. The aggregate unloading station will be fit in between where the waypoint will be now. And that will help us finish constructions over here. No prefab, no asphalt, no concrete. Gravel is still being built. We're waiting on that right now. But yeah, this one's gonna hold a lot of resources. Now you're going to the coaling station. Makes sense. But currently we have no coaling station accessible on this track. It has to go to a different stop first. I think I'm gonna send you to the coaling station all the time after you come from the customs house. So it's on your trip, and if you have less than 50% fuel, you should be coaling, I think. No unloading, just passing through basically. You're not carrying coal. Our construction vehicles for the gravel transportation are slowly making their way over here. Groundwork done. We'll unassign the construction office for workers again. All of these too, because we only want materials delivered locally, not from far away anymore. That's why we're building this whole thing. And soon we'll get our first mechanical and electronic components, unless I made a mistake and I'm unloading them somewhere in the auxiliary settlement, but there should... Oh god, I am. Okay, it hasn't happened yet. I think I had dedicated unloading tasks. I don't think I accidentally unloaded electronic components in here, did I? Oh no, I do. I would have. Bricks, boards, steel, and meat. Only. Oh, didn't even load them yet. Right. Well, now we're managing them, so you gotta load them next trip. Got a third of a train here. Definitely will need to make longer ones to keep the MegaCity supplied. Yeah, I don't think without trains this would have not worked at all. The 4-lane road would have been chock full of horse carriages all the time. That's a challenge for another day, abiding by the vehicle limits, but yeah. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait one more trip, and then hopefully you're gonna bring mechanical and electronic components afterwards. Forgot to set them for loading inside the customs house task. Yep, this is working. Now you're gonna go into the warehouse, but you don't have anything at the moment. Right, assignment tool. For the location, we'll have to add the concrete construction offices and the dumpers. Because they might have to pick up asphalt. But not the open hull ones, not the road cranes, not the maintenance officers, just these two. Oh, these two types, I mean. Once the train arrives here again with the delivery of mechanical and electronic components, at that point more construction will complete as soon as we assign the workers to go to the construction sites. I'm so glad we built the train platform in the middle, because the construction train slows everything down, but it still means that the workers arrive in time, even if there's a construction train on the track. It is not too slow. It's January, population is still hovering around 2,000. I think, yeah, might be time to try and get like some vitamins and see if we can make these houses livable. The other option would be pollution filters. But the vitamin idea sounds more interesting because it works for every citizen rather than just for every industry. But I think together they would work really well. You know what? I have a second secret police now. You can work wherever you want. No, it's fine. Just work in the secret police. That's why you're here. Expensive. But we're filling a construction material storage right now, so I'm not expecting anything else, I guess. And also building steel bridges, I guess. This is all together too steep, and I feel like if I click, it's gonna like make weird stuff happen with the terrain. How are we gonna get like water out of this area? I guess I'll have to try it. Oh, it is flattening it, okay. Bulldozer. Ugh. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Great. Well, bin trick to the rescue, I guess. Hopefully. Not really. How do we save this? Ugh. Under the button would be nice. Yeah. Oh, it also happened underneath the bridges. That's not good. That's really not good. Huh. It's too little space, it needs the terrain. I don't think we can flatten it back into the water. How do I quickly sink something into the water? Is there a way to do that? I mean, I could activate cheat mode and just dig it down, I guess. With the terrain tools. I think I'm gonna do that, you know? Like, this has been made with like means of terrain editing. And as soon as you touch them, they become really weird. This is like one of those instances where it probably is fine. Is there any building that... I mean, the sewage discharge wants to be in the water, doesn't it? Does that one work somehow? No, it just flattens everything. Ugh. You know what? Screw it. Terrain editor, please. not having this. There. Well, we still have to fit the some water pickup in here. Because if I touch it again, it's gonna happen again, of course. Like, unless there's suddenly enough room to fit one. Oh well, I guess. Oh, there's. Yeah, sure. I'll place it here then. I guess that is fine. And now the only thing we need is a footpath that can go up the mountain. Now I need Lucky Leader's experience. You can do it with roads. I'm not sure you can do it with footpaths. Yeah, it's doable. It's fine. Maybe not the cleanest way. But yeah, this is the downside of some of the custom maps. As soon as you touch the terrain, when there's too steep of a slope, it wants to even out, and that's what happens. Can we bend this all the way through here? I think it's a betrayal of everything your audience has worked for so hard in the last few months. Really? I'm so sorry to hear that. I can load a save game to go back before we started modifying the terrain and then look for a place to place it, I guess. I didn't think about what you were all doing to make the stream work. Oh, no, it's fine. Well, yeah, now it looks better. Behaves differently. I guess they were using like a harsh brush to get the slope of the terrain in. And now, for me, I guess it's working better. Can I get this in here? It's so close. I'll put a water switch in, just in case we want to hook up another coaling station, or we need some dirty water elsewhere. But the water supply of the settlement is going to run with water well water, which should be a little bit cheaper to purify. I mean, speaking of cheating, I've been allowing myself to buy any vehicle I want since the start of the game. So that kinda already did that thing, I guess. Kingdom 4 ladder. That would be nice. I mean, we can build like underground stairs, but maintenance vehicles can't drive through them, so it doesn't really work that way, unfortunately. You know what? I'll just take the initial curve, I guess. If you let me build it like that again, I'll do it. We'll have a curvy path up here, it's fine. Please. Alright. To stay true to the theme though. I just basically undid stuff. But I guess now the terrain is not historically accurate anymore. Get some mechanical and electronic components, very good. Power line has been built, very nice. I guess you can finish that construction. And that one. And that one. So many things we can finish building now. Glorious. Basically everything. I'm really worried about the maintenance of the vehicles here though. Because we did send some from the old settlement and they're not going to get any vehicle repairs done now. I'm tempted to build a repair station to make that happen. Like a basic carpenter and horse veterinary. With just a couple workers could fix this. As long as it's in walking distance of the train platform, that is. We'll build it here, I guess. Then we'll also have to deliver fabric, but I'll do all those deliveries to the horse veterinary by distribution office, not by anything locally. Should be quick to build. Except the concrete. Everything else will be available locally, like even gravel. Should be here soon. So you can get started on that, I guess. Bring the concrete here in advance. Now maybe we need a couple more workers in the area. Power's connected, we got voltage. Construction office for the workers would be nicer if it was a lot closer to the bus platform. We'll let this gas station run empty and then probably hook up the construction office for workers at the opposite side of the bus stop. There we go. More voltage. Now we just wait on the substation construction to be done, and in the meantime they can finish the construction of the aggregate unloading station. I guess we're not getting to 3,000 citizens here. Not with the pollution. Oh my god, these houses are atrocious. Ah, perfect. At the end of winter, throw in another epidemic. Serious health complications, contagious enough to infect many citizens, and we expect a long duration. Coal deliveries to the coaling station will happen by a train directly, no unloading station necessary. I mean, it's possible. And if we have one right next to the heating plant, it would be worth it. But the train that is delivering coal to the heating plant and the steel mill can just unload at the coaling station as it's passing through. I'm fairly certain. This is how we solved it in the auxiliary settlement after all. The coal train is going to the first heating plant, goes through the coaling station, and then the second heating plant, which delivers coal to an end station. And you can't deliver coal to an end station by a direct route. At least I haven't figured that out yet. If it somehow works. Danger, danger. More power, high voltage. It's fine. We're good. 4 megawatts of power here. Well, a little bit less, I guess, because energy loss. But yeah, our city is going to be limited on power, on purpose, like I said. We'll have to start running our own power plant soon. I don't know how much power our current city uses. It should be less than 2 megawatts, I think. It's a megawatt. So yeah. We can have 8,000 citizens in the MegaCity 1. MegaCity 19 before power should be a problem. But then again, the steel mill will also eat a lot of power. We got the aggregate unloading. Can get rid of the waypoint now and replace it with an unloading command for gravel. Comes in, open haul building materials, gravel, warehouse, and leaving. Now we can, once the construction of the storage is done, also assign this as a pickup location for the gravel. Then everything we want and we can have locally has been assigned. No asphalt, no concrete, no prefab panels. Those I can't offer right now. What's happened to yesterday? Lost like 550 people. You lost like 550 people. The pollution. I populated houses that were between 2 heating plants, and I didn't do anything to give them enough health. So it was to be expected. Gravel can't be unloaded yet because the conveyor isn't done yet. I'm going to tell it to wait until unloaded for gravel so we can have the resources, I guess. I'll change that as soon as the conveyor is done. And then we can keep building into the settlement, because then we'll have gravel locally. Should be able to build roads rather quickly. But yeah, gonna go through the resources rather immediately. Might make sense to have a dedicated gravel train, might make sense to have dedicated open haul train. We'll see how fast the horse carriages are using the materials up. As we get further into the settlement, the transportation distance will slow things down again. Don't use up workers here, please. Thank you. And hello, Sancho. Welcome back. So yeah, population is hovering around 2,000, which is our somewhat stable population. We have a capacity of 2,500, but it's in an area that is wrecked by pollution. And instead of like expanding the settlement to have more people, I'm gonna focus on making MegaCity happen now. How to make money? Selling waste? Buying waste and burning it is the majority of it. 5.1 million from hazardous waste imports that then gets incinerated and resold for less money. Otherwise, 1.4 million on alcohol exports. That's another thing we're doing. Business 101, exactly. Hello, Mega Monkey. Freshford vodka, the vodka? I'm confused. Okay, sure. Like these 4 houses give us 500 people population capacity. Even more than that. Almost 500. Almost 600 workers. But they can't hold it because they drop in health through winter way too much. They're going below 50 years of life expectancy for the majority of the year, so they can't hold the population ergo. Yeah, population drop. This one is fine. This one only goes to 50, which is apparently okay. But below 50 is pretty bad. I always was under the impression that below 60 is bad. Now I'm going to say below 50 is really bad. Maybe vitamins are going to solve it. If we can get the megacity up to 5,000 citizens, we get vitamins, I guess. Why aren't you building it? Is anyone else assigned that's bringing workers here? No. Did I unassign you? No. You are not building it because reasons? Why? Oh, because I didn't assign you yet. That would do it. I was looking at all the other construction officers, but not you. That would do it. Yeah, having the repair station here will help. I don't want to run into the situation of having broken vehicles that I will have to replace. We're already quite low on money. But yeah, we're filling a resource storage with a ton of construction materials now. So there's a reason why we're running out of money. On the plus side, we're probably gonna buy a lot of resources right now that are gonna be cheaper than next year and the year after and so on. But on the downside, we're also driving up the price. So we're like kind of responsible for it. Okay, we can stop the wait until unloaded for gravel because the conveyor will be done before the resource train arrives. And then we can unload gravel and continue building. Welcome back, Thorgrim. Kinda happy with this like setup. It's kinda efficient with the train. So what are you complaining now? You're trying to head to... Oh, right. Yeah, that doesn't work right now. No connection to the other train track. Why didn't I think of that? Alright, after the aggregates, I guess we'll have to use the waypoint again. Go here, to the waypoint, and we'll build the other section of track and fix it, I guess. Waypoint solves everything. Very important, that short section of track. Build that one first though. And yeah, we have our connection after that. Let me know when this building is done, and we will, at that point, send distribution officers here to bring the materials for that carpenter. Temporary construction office sector. Okay, finished the current construction phase. Now they can bring a bunch of concrete from the border and bricks locally. Don't have enough bricks right now to finish the whole bridge, but the train is constantly running, so it'll get there. If I add more train cars, we could bring in more resources, but I'm worried about the money. Fire in our one and only maintenance building inside the auxiliary settlement. fire station is sending vehicles. It's on the way. You know what, let's do this. That's fine. A 5-hour stream during the work week might be a bit long. I think we made good progress today. We can now start building off of this construction sector. Just have to make sure that the vehicles are getting repaired. Now people are going to suffer health here too, because I'm not taking the waste away. It is a bit of a concern. Oh, Jesus Christ. 37 years of life expectancy. Wow. What are we gonna do about this? Like, technical service carried it away, I guess. No water. I will take the waste away. I guess this is causing a couple more health issues. And since it's our own people, we're gonna have to solve them. I don't know if we get a wire over this. We'll see. That should be doable, I think. Start a little bit lower. Yeah, it's fine. All temporary until we get the proper power connections in place from within the city. Okay, next material delivery. Now we don't need the waypoint anymore either. for a second time, but this time it should be true. And the rail construction is like close to completion for the moment. I mean, we could build the second track to over the river. Costs more steel. A lot of it. I'll probably only have a single rail line going across right now to save a bit on money. Because we're already importing tons of steel for the normal construction. I might have to deliver more bricks. This whole setup. We're slowed down because of this. I mean, I can maybe change one of the train cars from boards to bricks, I guess. And that I can probably do. And if we want to, we could run the delivery from the border directly with the construction offices, with the open hull carriages that are still there. In addition, if we want to, because they would still like deliver extra resources, of course. Which we might do for the next bridge, because we need a ton of bricks. And then we would build towards our first city. Starting with a fire station and a worker route delivered from our train platform to run the fire station in the area as we're building things up. Probably with a residential building and the shopping center first, so we can send some workers here to help with construction tasks. Basic food and meat supply needs to be available, so we have to prepare the unloading platform for the resources. And the fire station, which is behind a residential building. Great. I guess we can use this one next to the heating plant. Could you start a farm? Anywhere on the flatland would seem okay. I could, but I can only harvest with workers. So I don't have the workforce right now. Mechanized farming is not available. Only sowing with a horse plow. Could get a third waste train, but that seems a bit excessive now. I do believe I need more workers though. The auxiliary settlement will have to grow a bit more. Reason being that I need more workers for maintaining a second fire station or even a third fire station in the auxiliary in the megacity to get things started. So I believe we will build a couple more houses just to have more people live here. When is the education gonna catch up? It's going up. But yeah, no more regard for like beautiful planning or anything. Not that that was like a priority for this settlement anyway. We just want population density right now, ease of access, and more houses. Still gonna try and make it look somewhat nice, but I'm not giving them a lot of space, that's for sure. Water, sewage, heating, and electricity are all present. Go ahead and build this. Yeah, just like... This is gonna be pretty... Just density, just housing density, just get it done. Go build it. Oh, and for going to build it, I guess I will have to assign you to actually be able to build houses. At least one of you. Because my construction offices are not set up to do that anymore. So you'll have to get on that. At least I don't have anyone able to deliver gravel, I guess. Because I unassigned that. And I probably shouldn't have. But I didn't want gravel deliveries to be on the assignment tool for deliveries from the customs house by horse carriage to the megacity center. I mean, I guess I can always assign them once all the gravel has been delivered, and then we get the asphalt afterwards. Or we just split them half. And the other one we remove from the assignment list. And you can pick up gravel locally. Nope, wrong tool. There we go. So we have at least 4 horse carriages helping with gravel deliveries to construction sites in the local area. Population down to 1,900, not great. Don't think we have a health crisis, but I wonder if the fire station that we're sending people to has anything to do with this. allow higher educated to move in here, and the rest is going to be basic education. Lower loyalty, I guess. Could be basic and higher education. Both would be fine. I would like to build something like this in the megacity. Just absolute population density, basically. Once we're like in the area where pollution doesn't seem to affect us too much anymore, we could go higher on the density. I hope the hospital is gonna solve things. I hope the vitamins are gonna help. I'm going to disable these buildings to not have people move in here right now. We'll try and fill up other houses first. The new ones that are being built. We'll reactivate the other ones afterwards, I guess. They're just draining population too much. You can have houses in pollution, I would say. But you need an equal amount of houses, housing capacity, to support them. Or maybe the orphanage is gonna deal with it. That could also help. Because life expectancy was still like over 40, so they're still gonna get something done. They're just dying early and then might be losing their children, and our orphanage is not at capacity for that. So maybe the MegaCity 19 just needs to have several large orphanages. Okay, road construction is done. Could build the other track too. We have to get across the second bridge to continue building the track, I guess. Because I have to build the coaling station first. Whole part of the city only consisting of orphanages. Yeah, and the workers running the orphanage. There's probably going to be a district for that. Pretty sure. If that is what it takes to maintain a population in a polluted city, we're going to go that route. I will invest in vitamins and pollution filters and other things that could help. But if it takes a ton of orphanages, so be it. Resident, commercial, industry, and finally the orphan districts. Yes. RCIO is what we need. Or RICO. Residential, industrial, commercial, and orphan. That's what an urban demand we will have to deal with. Okay, yeah, calling. That's where you're supposed to go. Now you're calling. Good. Was Rico not also a law in Judge Dredd? Don't remember. I don't know. Could be. Okay, let's recover our finances a bit. There's gonna be still as much construction materials delivered as there always was. At some point the storage will run full on steel. We might be better off not storing that much steel here and just also transport more bricks over, because that's what we're using. I will probably assign the other open house construction offices to deliver bricks to the second bridge to help with that. I think our heating plant still has enough capacity to run those extra houses, but I'm just guessing. Way too many boards. Everything's overfilled now. It's because we did like a very tiny construction part between the coaling station and after the bridge. And the train got sent out with all of the resources it needed to be fully loaded, and then it just returned with everything and dumped it into the construction office and overfilled it. Which is fine. Yeah, I think having another waste train might be too much. I think it could handle it, but I don't want to compromise the food and alcohol production, I guess. Even though we have barely scratched the surface of our crop availability, I guess. I don't think that is in any danger whatsoever. Hey, at least the food storage is full again. Good. I don't know how you're assigned here. It makes no sense whatsoever. Oh no. These three are assigned. The Tempsio sector is not assigned. Everything is alright. It's still experimental, like this whole idea of just having a single city in the center. I don't know if it's gonna work. Like the first successful megacity did not start this way, and we built into it. The city center had a train station on it, and I got to it in like, I don't know, 50 years, 60 years or something like that? Very late. I know we want to start with it. But I think the construction sector is gonna help. This will be about as difficult as building the auxiliary settlement, so not that much, as long as we can maintain the resource deliveries, I guess. Which is a financial thing. Two work days to finish the bridge. Current construction phase of pouring concrete, which took like a tiny amount of concrete and mostly bricks. Shouldn't it be laying brick? Shouldn't it be a laying brick phase instead? I wonder if that is worth a bug report. Maybe the brick pillars are called laying brick phase. A little bit worried about the lack of workers here. Now we're adding even more permanent work with the repair station. But I think I'm only going to employ 1 or 2 workers to repair vehicles. Very few. A single covered wagon. And no drinking water either. Alright. No repair cancel allowed. We'll have to bring in steel, boards, and fabric. We've got the distribution offices ready for that. And you can also bring in some crops, I guess. Might be able to get away with fewer workers in the fire station, but I really don't want to risk it. Because of 200 tons of steel lying around here. Which are worth 191,000 rubles. Mechanical components 27,000. Electronic components 20.5 thousand. Right, got our temporary construction office sector. No asphalt, no concrete. That still comes from the border. Seems to work alright with the 2 construction offices for concrete and some dumpers. But I think we're going to call it here for today. I think we made a decent amount of progress. Hopefully the road construction isn't going to take too long now. Asphalt should already be coming in. We've already assigned it. I don't know if I want to buy more dumper carriages. Probably not. Then we have 1 more bridge to build. And then we're across and we can start using gravel to get to places. I wonder if I should build a different settlement than this one first. A second auxiliary settlement. I think we're going to start with this one first. Thank you, thank you. I think even if we just build a house with basic food supply and meat supply, maybe clothing, like a shopping center basically, it would be enough to run this. I might set up a small shopping center directly connected to the warehouse and run it this way. Maybe we can do that instead. Let me place that. Oh, that fits nicely. It has been planned all along, I guess. So yeah, we can deliver at least food to this area, and then the shopping center can provide the initial supply until we decide to build the large one. We need the heating plant, some residential building, the shopping center, hospital, a school, and then we'll get things done. Alright, let me see if I can radio somewhere. I can barely see the auxiliary settlement back there at the horizon. Looks like trees, not as distinguishable. But I did say I wanted to look for a raid target. Let me try this one.
Alright, we're at the brink.
Alright. We're gonna raid someone else streaming Workers and Resources called JTM Plays. I hope it's gonna be a good stream. Seems like they are 2 years into the game and struggling with money. So at least that's what it looks like. 2,000 rubles left. No people yet. I think they're working on their first settlement. If you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. I wish you a very good rest to your Wednesday afternoon, evening, wherever you are. I'll save the game, and then like always, I'll say take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.